Hello and welcome to the Southeast Arrow's coverage of the 2024 election. I'm your host, Beto Vaca-Diaz, the sports editor at the Arrow.
And I'm Lily Nieberge, the Arrow's news editor. Tonight, we will be providing live updates on the presidential election, the Missouri Senate race, and the amendments.
Along the way, we will do our best to try to help you guys understand and inform each of you about the amendments passed and the candidates elected in hopes of helping you gain a proper understanding of the future state of the nation.
Here's Chandler Jansen with more on the amendments.
And good evening, I'm Chandler Jansen, here to provide you with live updates as we go along this evening. We'll be focusing on both the presidential and state elections, and I'd like to run down some of these amendments here in Missouri and explain what a yes and no vote would mean to inform all the viewers out there. So first of all, we have the yes vote on Amendment 2, which would amend the Missouri Constitution. That would include allowing sports betting here in the state of Missouri. So supporters claim there will be a substantial increase in the tax revenue. Many residents here in Missouri already partake in gambling, and one thing that's very popular, they drive across the state line to Illinois. And that is one thing we're seeing a lot already. Another big aspect of this would be that revenue will also be strengthened by the Missouri's educational funding. So that is a big just kind of proponent. If you're on the pro side of that, you're saying, yes, I would like to amend the Missouri Constitution to allow this to happen. However, there are opponents. They're saying Amendment 3 could possibly raise the risk of gambling addiction. And no voters also say that the educational aspect, really, it would just be minimal. So there wouldn't really be a lot of substantial gains there. The bill would not really have much of an impact and not much of a positive outcome there. Now, looking at Amendment 3, that's the big one. If the bill passes, abortion will be legal in the state of Missouri up until fetal viability, which would be about 24 weeks. And supporters of this measure believe women should have the right to choose and have autonomy. Opponents believe in the sanctity and protection of life, therefore raising concerns about state health regulations. So as results are coming in, yes voters argue that reproductive freedom must be restored. And we're seeing right now that abortion is legal only in the case of saving the mother's life or preventing serious injury. That is what we're looking at. On the topic of state health regulations, opponents of Amendment 3 say the language is too broad, could possibly lead to some consequences. And what are those consequences? Well, if a woman is harmed during the procedure of Amendment 3, it could possibly prevent her from suing for malpractice, and then it also would not be required for a parent of a minor to consent to the abortion. So just a pro and con side of that on Amendment 3. Also a big one would be Proposition A. So if small businesses are required to pay minimum wage employees $15 per hour, they may have to either reduce staff, possibly raise prices, or even close altogether. Now, on the other hand, many employees who are currently making minimum wage, they're struggling to provide for their family and afford housing. And that's one thing that we want to look at. A big statistic there on that would be the Society for Human Resource Management. And if you're taking a closer look here at that, Proposition A, the yes and the no side, will be keeping you informed as we go along here this evening. Also want to take a look at a few policies from both presidential candidates. President Donald Trump, former president I should say, he is looking at just a few of the policies he's made clear. America First, Peace Through Strength, his immigration policies, and he is planning to retain the Stay in Mexico policy. That was one that was huge when he was a president. Now, over 7 million illegals have crossed since Biden took office. Furthermore, he is tough on crime, and that's a policy of his. Kamala Harris has also detailed some of her goals, and we want to take a look at those this evening as well. Now, she says that there would be a child tax credit. She would like to increase that, and affordable care premiums as well. She's outlined that first-time homebuyers should receive a salary as well in their first time, and it's especially relevant to young people, like college students who might be wanting to go out and buy a house for the first time. So as voter turnout is expected to be high this year, looking at a lot of crucial issues, that includes inflation, abortion, election integrity too, and border reform. Going to send it back to Beto and Lily now for more on the presidential and state elections.
Thank you, Chandler. Looking at the Missouri ballot, we can also see several important candidates running for the Senate are up for the race as well. These candidates are Lucas Kunce and Josh Hawley.
Josh Hawley is Lucas Kunce is pro-abortion and our Democratic candidate for the Senate for the Senate race. I'm so sorry. Josh Hawley is running against him and is the reigning candidate for the Senate race. Josh Hawley has been our senator for quite some time now and is currently winning, but Lucas Kunce has been closing those gaps as we go on.
Yes, Hawley doesn't favor a nationwide abortion ban. It says it should be left to the individual states to decide. And he supports eliminating taxes on tips and expanding the child tax credit as well. These candidates, like you said, have been close neck and neck and actually have been pretty fun to watch as they have had a pretty noteworthy confrontation at a state fair that has kind of blown up all over social media. I recall you and me even being in the office when it happened, watching it unfold before our eyes and kind of chuckling about it as well.
I know. I thought it was really exciting to see them go face to face, and it really adds a personal aspect to these sorts of elections. Mm-hmm. Moving on, the Georgia polls are getting ready to close, but they have been extended due to bomb threats. The Secretary of State in Georgia said the bomb threats were illegitimate. However, we should keep an eye on them as they were claimed to be Russian in origin.
Yes, this is always a dicey time and a time of maybe a little bit of tension between everybody, as politics is one of those things that, you shouldn't really bring up at the dinner table. But it's always good to look ahead and to see that the Georgia itself is a very significant state, and it's glad that everyone is getting the chance to vote there, as there's a lot of things that are going to go into Georgia, especially with it's being a major toss-up state.
In 2020, Georgia was blue, I believe, for the first time in about 30 years. So I'm really excited to see how they vote this time. I believe, I could be wrong, but I think Trump might be winning if I just checked the numbers just now. At the moment, Trump has 90 electoral votes with Kamala at 27. And in Georgia in particular, Clayton County is one of those 5 core counties in Atlanta and has the largest African-American population. So I'm excited to see how that's going to sway the votes.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how the minorities play a really big role in these elections, especially with both candidates appealing to the minorities that they have the best appeal to. And if you look at it, like you mentioned, those projected electoral college votes, Kamala Harris, like you said, has, whenever we last checked, has 3, and Donald Trump has 23. Kamala's projected to win Vermont, and Trump projected to win Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana. There's a lot left on the table still for a lot of those states that are currently up for grabs, especially North Carolina. North Carolina being one of those really toss-up states, the battleground states that we've talked about and even looked at a lot, especially in the wake of the hurricane that has impacted them and impacted a lot of their voting centers.
I know. I'm really excited to see how North Carolina goes. I've read that a lot of North Carolinians are quite upset with how the Biden administration's been handling the Hurricane Helene. However, I believe Charlotte has previously voted blue. I wonder if they're going to sway at all. And I'm also curious, since Asheville's gotten destroyed, they are also a main Democratic vote, and they often get those Democrat votes in the state of North Carolina. So I wonder if they're going to sway at all based on the impact of Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Charlotte, one of the biggest cities, and honestly one of the toughest places for Republicans to win lately, as it has been blue, in Raleigh as well. You guys just pay attention to Buncombe County, as Buncombe County was impacted by Hurricane Helene, like we were mentioning earlier. And honestly, it's going to be interesting to see how the Democrats can respond in wake of that, whether if they have that backlash from the current administration, handling the hurricane, because it doesn't matter what happens as long as the administration is president during a disaster. There's something always negative towards them, or even positive, depending on the way that they handle it.
Exactly. More than 2 million voters have participated in early voting in North Carolina, and Trump had won in 2020. So I'm excited to see how they turn out.
Yes. Another one of those battleground states that is hugely important for this election is Pennsylvania. This has been maybe the #1 talking point of the election as everyone is going into the last day. Pennsylvania is, one of the biggest toss-up states in the entire nation, and probably the most important, is it carries so much electoral weight. Exactly.
I believe it has 19 electoral votes, and each candidate has obviously been doing plenty of rallying in Pennsylvania, famously so. They need to watch Pittsburgh, that usually turns red, and Philadelphia, which usually goes blue. The Philadelphia population is majority black, so once again, like North Carolina, like Georgia, I believe, sorry. I'm excited to see how that all's going to turn out. Biden did win it in 2020, and Hillary Clinton won it before him. But between those, the margin of victory has been decreasing for the Democratic voters. So once again, I'm not quite sure how that one's going to turn out. That's been huge for rallies, and they've really been putting the pressure on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the unknown has kind of been the story of the entire election going into tonight, as the polls have been neck and neck going in, and seemingly 50-50 as we checked it every single day leading up to this, and every single time was just 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. And so it's going to be important to see what can really turn the tide for either of these two candidates. For example, if you look at the silent majority, how does a president or a candidate appear to these people who don't want a candidate who's too radical, or don't want a candidate who's too this or too that, or whatever they may seem? Or even, maybe the most important thing to talk about in this election is Gen Z voters.
Exactly. Those Gen Z voters, I mean, they seem to be very outspoken on social media and such, but majority of people I know that are Gen Z aren't exactly posting their opinions online. I really don't know how they're going to turn out. I know quite a few people that are Harris fans, but I also know quite a few people that are definitely going to vote for Trump. So I'm really excited to see how the Gen Z voters are going to impact their elections. Harris, in particular, I've noticed, has taken a big stand on TikTok, in particular. If you've seen all of her exciting TikToks trying to appeal to Gen Z voters and make herself seem more with the times, so to speak.
Yeah, and honestly as well, Trump being on TikTok for his famous dance routine and YMCA after the rallies too has gained some traction as well, making him seem more, I guess, down to earth and friendly to people. So it's going to be interesting to see how those things, especially social media, has played a role in influencing this election, whether it be to the left or to the right. Another thing that has a big impact on this election is early voting. I'm a proud early voter myself, and I believe you are as well.
I am. I'm so proud that I early voted. I got that sticker, I put it right on my computer.
And so it's going to be interesting to see if that can even take down the time of waiting a little bit. I've heard some places such as Michigan and Atlanta sometimes we'll know the night of, and other days we'll know the day after. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if that can actually decrease some of the time, and who knows, maybe we can get a call tonight about who will be the next president of the United States, as unlikely as that could be.
That would be amazing. Earlier you mentioned the 50-50 polls. Another thing that I think is really exciting is the gambling. People putting actual money on who they think is going to be president. I always think that is just the most interesting thing. Right now, Trump is leading in gambling polls. More people have been betting on Trump than they have Kamala, but it's very, very close, I believe. Yes. It's just about over, I want to say 55% of the money is going towards Trump. So it's getting close. However, in Missouri, 95% of people have put their money on Trump. So I suppose that's not too surprising. It is a red state here.
Yeah, not at all. The website is Call Sheet, where people can bet if they would like to place some money on it. And of course, Amendment 2 will have something to say about that in Missouri. But for those in Illinois and anywhere else where gambling is legal, then they can place some money on it if they like. But like you mentioned, there's over $200 million that Americans have placed on this. And so it's really interesting to see that people, while some people can complain about the polls that they may not be representative or fair of an entire nation, that this is actually like what people think and what they put their money on and what they value to them. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how these candidates can appeal in that aspect and even represent who these people really, really want to be president.
Yes. Like I said, I really don't know how all these voters are going to turn out. I wonder if those gambling people actually put money on who they voted for or for the other candidate. I'd be really interested to know that information, but yeah. I can't participate in gambling myself. I'm only 20 years old, so.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see what happens. It's going to be very interesting. I'm very excited to see as this presidential election unfolds right before our eyes, and a lot of states being projected, being called right now, as we have, a lot of things that are going to unfold before our eyes, and so it's pretty cool. As we look forward to the rest of the night, polls are closing in a bunch of states, including Georgia. And so make sure to pay attention to any of the maps that we have as we continue to go into the night. And I'm excited. There's a lot of potential and a lot of availability out there.
Yes. The Arrow will be posting continuously throughout the night, not just on this studio show. Our Instagram, we will have live field teams going around Cape Girardeau talking to various sources. We will be providing live updates through graphics and all that sort of thing. We will be doing graphics, we will do live Instagram posts, we will be putting stories up all night long. So please, please, please watch if you are at all interested and care to follow the Arrow.
Yes, and like she said, we're going on site with the Instagram lives, and so the tag, I believe, is Southeast Arrow for our Instagram. And so who knows, you yourself who's tuning in right now may be able to appear on the Instagram live and even play a little bit of a part of documenting what could be a very historic election that we have here in 2024.
All right. I really hope that everyone stays tuned tonight and we keep on paying attention, and I fingers crossed the election gets called tonight, but if it's anything like 2020, it might be a while.
Regardless of whether the fact that it gets called tonight or it gets called tomorrow or whatever, we will be here until midnight, I believe, and we will be reporting live as the results come in, whether it be for Georgia or Pennsylvania or North Carolina, whatever it may be. Please stay tuned as we're going to take a short break and we'll return shortly. This is the Southeast Arrow's coverage of the 2024 election. I'm Beto Vacadillas, your host for the evening.
I'm Lily Nieberge. We are bringing you live updates from the current presidential race between Democratic nominee Vice President Kamala Harris and Republican candidate former President Donald Trump.
At the moment, there are polls being closed all over the country and votes being counted here and there, enough to make key projections in battleground states. At the moment, though, in the battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina, a lot of the projections are a little bit too close to call, but we do have enough to make a somewhat of an educated guess and even inform you about who is pulling ahead in those areas.
At the moment, there are 27 projected votes for Kamala Harris and 105 projected votes for Donald Trump, putting Trump ahead. But once again, those are just projected votes. We don't really have a whole lot of for sure information just yet. The polling places have only just started closing on the East Coast.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of interesting. Please pay attention to the polls as they close and official decisions are made, because obviously we are not the final authority here. But we do have some more information for you about a key battleground state, Arizona, as the polls, are going to go there soon, and people are still voting in that. If you look at Arizona, I mean, there's a lot of things going on, especially in the key demographic of women. Women make up 53% of the vote in Phoenix. So it's going to be huge to see if that can swing one of the battleground states either way for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, as Kamala is actually favored by the majority of the women in this country as their vote and their pick for president.
All right. Other battleground states are Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Harris is currently pulling ahead in those states, as well as Pennsylvania and Georgia. Or was Georgia Trump now?
Georgia just switched back to Trump. Over half of the votes are counted in Georgia. But again, too close to call. It's about 54% right now of Donald Trump that the votes are counted, or the 54% of the votes total, and slight edge of Donald Trump pulling ahead. But again, really close to call. It's going to be very hard right now to declare one or the other, as they are really, really tight in those polls.
If Harris wins, it would make history, as she will be the first black female president in U.S. history, and Trump will be the first. If he wins, he would be the second president. The second president to win two non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland in the 1800s. So it'll be a very exciting historical moment for the United States of America.
Yeah, obviously a lot of historical implications in this election, and a lot up for grabs right now, as polls still all over the country, people are still voting and still turning in, who they think should be the next president. Right now, one of those key states, as previously mentioned, is Arizona. Just like other states, Arizona has a plethora of hot button topics that they have voiced their opinions on and cares about very deeply. Here's Chandler Jansen with more information on each of those hot button topics.
Okay, thank you, Beto and Lily. So talking about Arizona especially, we do have a graphic here. What voters think is most important on the ballot in Arizona? 33% of them said democracy and economy. Abortion, 14%, and 11% immigration. So I'd like to break that down just a little bit here. As far as democracy and economy goes, well, I think as far as democracy, you look at it and you say, okay, for a long time now, Democrats have said, well, Trump is a threat to democracy. You've been hearing some of the language about that. And then the economy, you see Trump comes in and he says, well, we want to build things to where we have the strongest economy in the world, and putting America first. That's what he always says. Abortion is a hot topic, and there's no doubt about that. We've seen a lot of very polarizing opinions on both the left and the right, and it's really no surprise, I think, that 14% of people would say that. Immigration, of course, we've seen over 7 million people have illegally entered here in the U.S., and that is a big deal. That is all under Biden's watch. Just looking at some of the different illegal immigration statistics on that, especially in 2022. That was when it got especially bad, and that is a key point here that we want to discuss this evening. So these figures represent just some of the millions of people voting today. It does look like women have about 53% more than men do as far as that goes, so it has not changed a whole lot since the last election. Women are polling a little bit higher than men are. And Harris is 60 years old, so she could make history. As they discussed, she would be the very first black woman to hold the office. Trump is 78. They're both boomers, so they'd be both from that generation of people. Trump being born in 46, Harris being born in 64. Now, in addition to this race, we also see how the Congress is shaping up here. And just taking a look at some of the different statistics here. We're looking at the U.S. Senate race. Rick Scott in Florida has 55.7% of reporting numbers. That is as of right now, 7:50 Central Time. Also in Maryland, Larry Hogan, the Republican, with 71.3%. So we're expected to get some more results as we go along this evening. As of right now, we do have a little bit of a toss-up. And in fact, I think one of the biggest surprises might be North Carolina. They're calling that for Harris. And that would be a battleground state there as well. Right now, Trump is in the lead, 101 to 71, 20 million votes on his favor. Harris has 17 million. So that is just a statistic that we'll be following along, keeping you all informed with as we go along this evening. Georgia has Trump with 52% of the votes, and Michigan has Harris in the lead with 55%. As for Pennsylvania, another huge one there, 68% with Kamala Harris. And I do want to mention on the topic of Pennsylvania, it's a swing state. It's voted Democrat in 6 elections prior to 2016. Biden actually defeated Trump in 2020 with exactly 50% of votes compared to 48% for Trump. And that is something that we are taking a look at this evening as well. Also, some of these other U.S. Senate races, you have Alyssa Slocum, and she is a Democrat out of Minnesota, 55.6% with her polling. Ohio has Sherrod Brown with 49.5%. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania with 67.3%. And then Ted Cruz in Texas with 50.5%. So that is actually a pretty close margin there as well. Again, though, none of these have been called with the exception of Rick Scott for Florida in the U.S. Senate race. So following along there, keeping you all informed. And we're going to send it back to Beto and Lily here for just a little bit.
Thank you, Chandler. Just again, kind of going over those hot button topics. As you know, leading up to this election, these were the moments of discussion in each debate where these candidates came and they had to give their best their best policy on what they were going to stand for, really shifting the vote in one direction or another, seeing where people were going to vote for them. And so if you look at the immigration policy, this is one of the hottest debated topics of the last few years. As Donald Trump has called out the Biden administration for letting illegal immigrants flood in, is what his words were exactly. And you know, Kamala Harris says that she has a plan to fix that, and it's just going to be really interesting to see what each of these people go for. And so Donald Trump, as he mentioned, as you know, previously mentioned, even in 2016, talking about building that wall, is one for secure borders and keeping people, keeping what he would call America safe through border security. While Harris, on the other hand, has a more moderate stance on immigration. And Lily, you can take it on that one.
Of course, yeah. Kamala Harris definitely definitely believes in a path for citizenship, but I think she definitely is very strict about illegal immigration. For a lot of illegal immigrants, she wants to help them be citizens in the United States rather than simply deporting them as as Trump often preaches, I suppose is the phrase. Yeah, never heard her talking about building a wall, but she definitely believes in the path to citizenship just as much as she would believe in tightening that border security. I know she had a lot to do with immigration during her time as vice president, so I'm very curious to see how she would go forward with that if she would be elected president in 2024 this year.
Yeah, again, just a really hot button topic, but one thing that they both agree on is the path to citizenship is important, as it is, you know, just one of the biggest parts of the American dream. My dad, you know, emigrated into this country, of course, legally, and now is, you know, successful for himself and is a big champion of the American dream and of becoming nothing to something. And so that's something that's really cool and that, you know, is really good from both parties. Obviously, though, another one of these hot button topics that really has been stemming since, like Chandler mentioned, 2022 is abortion, with the Roe v. Wade bill being overturned and everything like that happening. And, you know, honestly, that day I remember the nation being, I'm not necessarily saying an outrage, but up in arms and even a bit confused about what that meant for the country. And so this was one of the most important things, as Chandler mentioned, in Arizona, but also in the entire nation for voting and their stance on abortion. And so obviously both of these candidates have pretty polarizing and opposite stances on the abortion. But Lily, would you tell us a little bit about what each candidate believes about this very hot button issue?
Right. Well, Trump has previously in past years been very against abortion, but recently for this election, he claims that he would leave it up to the states to decide how they're going to approach abortion. Obviously, in Missouri here, we have Amendment 3 to legalize abortion in the state of Missouri. Amendment 3 is going to, should it pass, abortion would be legal. However, it is a Republican state, so we'll see how that goes. Kamala seems to be very pro-life in her stances on abortion. I've seen a lot of TikToks online, I'm not gonna lie. If you have people, very liberal people, possibly supporting her for her stance on abortion. So I'm very curious to see how that's all gonna play out in this election, or if her abortion stance is going to make or break this campaign.
Yeah, and you mentioned TikTok. I mean, we talked about that a little bit, and we'll probably go on and talk about it later, how social media has played a role in not only spreading the ideas of each of these candidates, but also like getting people more informed. As people nowadays, the news is going down, sadly, but people are now looking to social media to get their news. And again, we'll talk about that later. But back to these hot button issues. If you look at one of the biggest things that for voters this year, economy was at the top of the list. And now, that's an ambiguous word for a lot of people, but it is very important to note for each of these candidates.
Yeah. Harris has obviously been running on that platform of supporting the middle class, and I believe she wants to cut taxes for middle class citizens. I'm not the most well-versed on Trump's approach to the economy. What do you think, Jodo?
All I know is his foreign policy is to put America first, and that includes in tariffs and, of course, taxing everything else, but also tax cuts in general, similar to Kamala Harris in that regard. Also, just for example, one thing that we all noticed that the immediate impact was gas prices.
Yes.
Yeah, just remembering back to Trump's time in office, the gas prices being low and now just a little bit higher, especially in the state of Missouri, where the gas prices are a bit more moderate than other places. I both grew up in Illinois. And
yeah.
Going back to Illinois to see my parents at home, it's kind of funny because the gas prices are about $1.50 more.
I know, they always jump so much just crossing that bridge. It is so stressful. I always have to get my gas here and then hope I can make it back to Missouri every time I go home. It is just the worst gas prices in Illinois, in my opinion. I'm sure many states have it significantly worse than Illinois. I can't complain too much, but I really am hoping personally to see those gas prices go down.
Yes.
However, couldn't tell you which candidate. I'm sure they're both promising cheaper gas. That's a pretty universal topic.
Another thing that Kamala Harris is talking about in regards to the economy is the fact of taxing those who are very, very wealthy. That's one thing. Then many of her campaign commercials saying that she ensures that the wealthy pay their fair share, something that she has been harping on, and even Joe Biden has harped on since the 2020 election. And so it'll be interesting to see what implementation she can make in terms of that regard and fulfilling that campaign promise.
Yes. In other news, Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester has been the first black woman elected in the state of Delaware for the Senate. I don't know too much about her policies, but it is interesting to see such a historical moment for the state of Delaware.
Yeah, that's really cool. Obviously, it's always good to have more diversity and a little bit more impact here in the United States, and it really shows that it is a land of opportunity where anyone can make a name for themselves regardless of age, gender, or race.
Yeah. On to Delaware still. Kamala Harris is predicted to win Delaware, though I don't believe that was a battleground state. I think that was to be projected before, but I think as those votes are rolling in, the projections towards Kamala Harris winning Delaware are increasing and increasing. Every minute we go on, I'm always worried we're a little late reporting something, but you never really know.
Yeah, and again, of course, we are saying these things, but they are prone to change as there is a lot that is going into this, both of the votes still being counted, as like we were prepping this beforehand, and it seemed like every time we would look back at the vote counter, there'd be another shift here, another shift there, another shift here, another shift there. So again, please feel free to fact check us. Please feel free to look at the polls for yourselves and to see what's actually going on in the nation. But like Lily said, there are votes being counted, and Trump is projected to win Arkansas. Going back to how Kamala is projected to win Delaware, we don't know that for sure, and it's not really a battleground state, but Trump right now is projected to win Arkansas as well. And so really, really, really big for the presidential election, and a lot going on right now in the United States. I
know. It's very, very exciting to see this whole thing unfold, this whole election, very historic once again. Our time is ending very soon. We will have to wrap up, but we will be back, and we will be back all night long. So please stay tuned at the Arrow. Our live shows will be going on Instagram, and we'll see you soon, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much again for tuning in. Make sure to follow the Arrow on Southeast Arrow. Don't go away. We will be right back soon with more updates about the election. Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Aeros 2024 live election coverage. If you're just joining us, we are bringing to you live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. I'm your host, Beto Vacadillas.
And I'm his co-host, Lily DeBergy. Officially, the results of the presidential election stand 74 to 99 in favor of former President Donald Trump. Harris is still waiting on California to bring her those extra 54 votes. Historically, California does vote blue, but this election seems to be full of plenty of surprises so far, so I suppose you never really know. One of those shocking surprises that I found so far is that Texas was originally counted as blue for a little while in favor of the Democrats. They just switched it back to red, which I don't remember that happening at all in recent history. If it had gone to blue, Kamala would definitely be in a very surprising lead very early on, and I suppose that she would have two very large states in her favor historically. California and Texas had Texas switch to blue so early.
Yeah, talking about Texas being even kind of like a sneaky swing state. If you look at it, like you were mentioning it, projecting blue and then going back to red, and now I believe it's called, or it's close to being called in Texas at the moment. It has 40 electoral college votes, so a lot of weight that comes with Texas. Our home state, that is another one of those surprises, Missouri, was currently being called for Trump, but then it's been taken back. News sources like The Hill even reported it. If you Googled who has won Missouri, it says Donald Trump has won Missouri, but now it is instead trending for Vice President Kamala Harris, which is very interesting as Trump has won Missouri in the last two elections. So a big shift and a very dramatic shift. And, although it does not carry an insane amount of weight, being 10 electoral college votes, in this election, every vote matters. As we were talking about before, the polls going into it being 50-50. Democrats have won this state last in 1996, and that was whenever President Bill Clinton was elected. And so it's going to be very interesting to see if Kamala Harris can hold on to that lead in Missouri, and even what counties have shifted it. We'll be sure to take a look at that later, and even be sure to make sure that you guys know. And currently, the states that have been officially called are South Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Alabama, which a lot of states being called now, and it's good to see a lot of numbers coming in, even maybe the impact of early voting, being able to call some of those states a lot earlier. And we were talking about this earlier, but it would be very interesting to see if we can get a candidate called tonight, even before we leave the office.
That would be amazing if we could get that candidate called tonight. South Dakota has been called for Trump at 68.4% of those votes, going for Trump, of course. And then 68% of the voters are reported in Georgia. 6 of the votes have been reported in Georgia. 52, I'm so sorry, everyone, are reported for Trump. So Trump has that lead in that very crucial battleground state of Georgia. Of course, we've been keeping a very close eye on Georgia. So hopefully that we can get that finalized soon. I hope the bomb threat that Russian bomb threat didn't delay those polls too much, and I hope we don't have to wait until tomorrow to get that in.
Again, we talked about the importance of Georgia, but one of these swing states that is really going to set apart each of these candidates from one another. If you look at Georgia, it carries a lot of electoral college weight, so it's going to be very important for either of these candidates to try and lay claim to those votes as we go forward. Texas, like we were mentioning earlier, trending blue originally, but now has been called for Trump, and he won at a 53.9%. Interestingly enough, notoriously Texas has been a very red state as we go along, but this election seeming to be different, and a few different factors may have influenced that, such as the city of Austin, one of the more populous cities, trending blue. But right now, Trump has won, and now 40 more electoral college votes to his name.
Ohio has just been called for Trump, which is Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance's home state. So that's not too much of a surprise, but it has only been won by 53.9%. So probably a little too close for Trump's liking. Indiana has also been called for Trump at 59.5%, as well as West Virginia being called for Trump at 70.3%. Kentucky and Tennessee have also been called for Trump, as well as South Carolina. Unsurprisingly, as Florida has previously been one of those big swing states, in recent years it has definitely been going red. Trump has won Florida at 56.2%, as well as Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Republicans currently hold the Senate, and I've heard that if they continue to hold the Senate and if it becomes close, J.D. Vance, that Republican, will have that extra vote if there's ever a tie. So the Republicans will hold the Senate and presidential office if Trump and Vance hold. So I'm kind of curious as to how all that will turn out.
Yeah, definitely important to keep an eye on the Senate races as well as the presidential election. Currently, right now, polls are closing all over the country. And so if we could take a look at that just a little bit closer, we have a graphic for you guys. And we're going to cut over to Chandler as he explains the poll closing times all throughout the country.
Okay, thank you, Beto and Lily. Welcome back. I'm Chandler Jansen, and I want to take a look here real quick. Right now, Trump has 178, Harris with 99. Just a reminder, 270 to win. We have 40 states that have closed their polling for the night, 10 more to go, and we've had 6 states close their polling at 6 p.m. Now, those 3 states include North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. Those have all closed at 6:30. 16 states close at 7 p.m., including Missouri. Arkansas closed at 7:30 p.m., which was just a little over an hour ago. 14 states close at 8 p.m. We also have Montana, Nevada, and Utah scheduled to close at 9 p.m. Now, 4 states, including California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, will be closing at 10. So out there on the West Coast, it'll take a little bit more time, but we will be getting you updates on that. Hawaii closing at 11 p.m. Lastly, we have Alaska closing at midnight. And as of right now, we have 13 states called right now. So in the 2020 election, every county in Oklahoma went red. That's just a little fun fact for you there. To win a presidential candidate, you will need 270 electoral votes. And as of right now, 178 have been called for Trump, 99 for Harris. So this election is expected to be very close, very crucial. I want to break down just a few of these swing states for you. Pennsylvania right now is trending blue. Kamala Harris has 54.6% of the votes there. Trump has 44.5%. And we see the Philadelphia area and Pittsburgh both trending blue. That is as of right now. We will be keeping you posted as we go along. How about Missouri, though? Trending blue as well. Harris with 52.1%, Trump with 46.8%. That is also in the more metropolitan areas like Kansas City and St. Louis. Now, jumping ahead to Iowa, which right above us, we have Harris in the lead there as well. This has not been called, but Harris is in the lead, 56.8%, Trump with 42.1%. So keep in mind, we'll be keeping you informed on all of that as we go along this evening. How about Minnesota? That is where Tim Walz is from. However, Trump is in the lead with 57.3%, Kamala Harris with 40.5%. That's less than 1% reporting, though, so a lot could still happen. That's why we're giving you the rundown, and that's why we want to talk about this, because it's very crucial, very pivotal information to know. Also, we have a little bit to talk about because, hey, the U.S. House results are coming in. GOP with 95, that is as of right now. You'll need 218 for the majority. Democrats have 67. So the GOP is in pretty strong control right now. GOP also in the U.S. Senate race has 46 seats, Democrats with 36. You need 50 for the majority on that. So keep that in mind. The Republicans have gained 1 seat, the Democrats have lost 1 seat, and we're going to be keeping you informed, keeping you updated as we go along this evening. Also want to talk about Wisconsin. That's another big swing state. You're looking at Kamala Harris right now with 51.1% of the votes and Trump with 47.3%, 19% reporting on that. So we still have a long ways to go. It's far from over, but we do want to keep you posted as we go along here this evening. Now, Michigan also has 53% for Kamala Harris, 45% for Trump. And I think that's also a very big deal. Now, also, state polls closing at 12 o'clock. We mentioned Alaska. That'll take some time, and that'll probably be one of the last ones that we get to know about here this evening. And Colorado is trending blue. No real surprise there. They typically would go blue. And I think the biggest takeaway, though, as of right now, it is still very early, but Harris is leading in the state of Missouri. Comes as quite a surprise. Has not been called, as we said, but she is in the lead. I'll send it back to Beto and Lily now for more coverage.
Thank you, Chandler. And just like Chandler said, there's a lot going on right now and very, very close to call in a lot of these states. And so it's important to keep looking at the polls as they develop and to make sure that, one thing or another is correct before we make a final assumption on things. And so one other thing that we wanted to talk about is like the Senate race, as we were mentioning, and specifically the Missouri Senate race. As we talked about before, it's on the ballot and it's one of the more prevalent and important things to talk about. As we mentioned before, as Josh Hawley, the popular favorite going in, was usually seating in the Senate before, and it was expected to get a lot of the votes, is currently down on the voting right now. And Lily, you can elaborate on that and what has given Lucas Kunce this edge in the race.
Honestly, I think a lot of Missourians from St. Louis and Kansas City are definitely voting more blue this election. Lucas Kunce is being pushed just over the edge at 53%. I don't believe that's called quite yet, but he is in the lead at the moment. So I'm sure Josh Hawley is sweating. They just had a debate just on Halloween just a few days ago, which is very interesting. It's the debate that Hawley challenged Kunce to, I believe, at the Missouri State Fair. I couldn't think of the word for a second. So it's very interesting to see how that's playing out. Missouri's definitely leaning a lot more blue this election, which personally I find very surprising. A lot of people I know in Missouri are definitely more Republican than I know Democrat. So it's very surprising that Missouri's almost breaking that stereotype of being a bit of a Republican state and going a little in a different direction. Very surprising.
Yeah, as previously mentioned, this would be the first time in 30 years that Missouri would trend to blue, and the last election that they went blue in was Bill Clinton. And so if you look back again at the battleground states, other than, of course, Atlanta, we talked about Pennsylvania as well. Pennsylvania is currently suffering setbacks because of a software malfunction with their voting machines, pushing back, I believe, the poll to about 2 hours in order to give people a longer time to vote. And so that's an interesting thing as well. Not really sure what happened with software, but we were told that it is a malfunction, and they have currently fixed it, and a lot of Pennsylvania voters are getting in and making their vote.
Yeah. Pittsburgh is trending blue, it was previously predicted that it would be a Republican city, so very surprising to see it trending a different way. I can tell this election is holding a lot of plot twists, so to speak. A lot of different people voting in different ways as predicted, or at least have been in previous elections.
Yeah, just going along with that theme, we talked about it going in a lot, but the polls just before the election were around 50-50 each. And so it's going to be very interesting to see in what ways the candidates can capitalize on these victories and in what ways they might need to have like certain changes or certain expectations changed. For example, if Trump loses Missouri, it'll take a little bit more work in certain other states to help him get back to that 270 margin that he needs for victory. Or if Kamala loses a different state such as Pennsylvania or Georgia, she'll also need to come up with the slack somewhere as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm really curious to see exactly if it's the cities specifically that's causing this swing in Missouri, or perhaps small town people are starting to go blue as well. Stereotypically, cities have been the ones known to be more Democratic, but I mean, you never know with these sorts of elections where people are voting.
Yeah, and if you just continue to look forward in the election, there is a lot. As Chandler mentioned, the polls are going to close soon in some places, such as Alaska. And, there's giving us a lot of time to wait. And we talked about it before. Maybe the early voting will have an effect, but it seems that it's moving at its traditional pace of sadly making us wait for more results and more coverage. But again, as we said, feel free to fact check, make sure that you are paying attention to the polls, and of course, not taking our word as gold, but in order to wait for the official word of the states to be called, as mistakes can be made and even have been made in this election already, such as Missouri being called for Trump and now being called trending towards Kamala Harris.
I know. I mean, Texas was the exact same way. They definitely were trending towards Kamala, very much giving her an edge in the election, but then suddenly started going back to Trump as they were previously expected to go. So I'm really excited to see how this whole election is going to play out this year. Every election seems like such a roller coaster. I mean, this one in particular, it's the first one that I've been allowed to vote in personally. So it's very interesting to see it play out live in this perspective.
Yeah, and talking about the votes, we mentioned that Gen Z votes and people of our age demographic are going to have a high impact in this election. And so I think after the election, looking at this, we'll actually be able to see how much this age group and this demographic matters and in what ways candidates can appeal to them in the future. And so we are going to go to a break shortly, but we thank you guys for tuning in right now as we are on and live. Just be sure to follow us on our social media platforms. On our Instagram page, we do have reporters in the field who are actively going out and hunting down stories and even doing really cool interviews with people during this election. So make sure not to miss those. Make sure to follow the Southeast Arrow on Instagram and to stick around for our coverage of the 2024 election.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Arrow's coverage of the 2024 election. If you're just joining us, we are bringing to you live coverage of the 2024 election. I'm your host, Beto Vacadillas.
Hello, and I'm your other host, Lily Nieberge.
Currently, the results of the presidential election stand 198 to 109 in favor of former President Donald Trump, the Republican candidate. To win, a candidate needs 270 electoral votes. Out of 538 votes, there are currently 231 votes left up for grabs. This includes states like California, Pennsylvania, California featuring 54 votes, Pennsylvania with 19, and Georgia, highly contested swing state, with 16 votes left on the table.
A little closer to home, Missouri has flipped back to red. It was blue for a little bit, a little touch and go, but it is back to red now.
Trump has 728,000 votes as it stands at the moment. Harris votes are at 623,000. Less than 50% of the votes of expected voters have been tallied so far. So there's still a lot of time for these states to flip. As we mentioned, going in here, last session, Missouri was trending a little bit blue, but now is trending back to red. 3 states surprised the nation back in 2016. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin flipped from safe blue to red, giving former President Donald Trump an easy path to the White House. Those states voted for Democrats in every election since the 1990s, so a surprise for most people when they voted for Republicans. In 2020, however, these states voted for Democratic President Joe Biden. They look to be keeping everyone guessing once again, as they are all swing states in this election. Harris and Trump are within a few percentage points of each other in all 3 states, with 3 continuing to flip back and forth. Again, a lot of them just really too close to call, and so be paying attention to the polls as they go on forward.
As of 9 p.m., the majority of the votes have not been tallied yet and have been too close to call. Here's Chandler Jansen with more information of the called states.
Okay, thank you, Beto and Lily. Welcome back. I'm Chandler Jansen, and we have a little bit of a graphic here we want to show you. Right now, these are the called states. Alabama has 67.9% for Trump, 30.5% for Kamala Harris. Mississippi with 62.6% for Trump, 36.2% for Harris. Then Louisiana, also with Trump in the lead, 65.5% for him and 33.2% for Kamala Harris there. New York, not really much of a surprise. We see Harris leads Trump with 60% of the votes to Trump's 40%. We also have some more statistics for you here. Alabama is pulling 67.9% for Trump and 30.5% for Harris. That is just so far what we have. Mississippi has 62% for Trump, 36.2% for Harris. And then Louisiana, that's another one here that we're looking at. That has been called, and Louisiana is also in the lead there as well. Now, if we zoom back out, just take a look, just generally speaking here, North Dakota also has been called for Trump. South Dakota, Texas, no surprise there. They're very red, and they've been very conservative for a long time now. Ohio is also in red. Indiana has been called. Kentucky has been called for Trump, and West Virginia has as well. So we are seeing 198 for Trump, Harris with 112 right now. You look at the New York Times, they say 83% chance of victory leaning towards Trump. That is a New York Times source on that, and last updated about 3 minutes ago. So we will be keeping you posted as we go along there this evening on all of that. Oklahoma is red, no surprise. Kansas, we're still looking at that one, 68% reporting Trump leads, has not been called. He has 54% of the votes, Kamala Harris with 44.1% there. Also, we want to talk about the U.S. Senate election. GOP has 48 seats. You need 50 for the majority. The Democrats have 36 there. So the Democrats have lost a seat. Republicans have gained a seat. Again, that is last updated here about 2 minutes ago. Now, the U.S. House, we have the GOP with 135 and the Democrats with 89. So that would mean that the Democrats have lost 3 seats and the GOP has gained 3 there. So just taking a closer look here at some of these states that still haven't been called. We have Minnesota. They are trending red. Trump has 58% there and Harris with 38%. That's only 4% reporting though, so we still have a long ways to go before we want to call that one. And also just looking at Wisconsin, another state that's right up there real close. We have 49% for Trump and 49.4%, 49.1% for Harris. So that is very neck and neck, 52% reporting. So we don't want to say for sure what that's going to be yet. But as far as Minnesota goes, you got to remember that's where Tim Walz is from. And Tim Walz, that's his home state, 4% reporting. There's still a lot to go. So we can't really say for sure. I do think it's interesting to look at the New York Times and say that they do have an 83% chance of victory leaning towards Trump. That is something to keep in mind here as we go along this evening. Missouri, here our home state, we have 52.8% for former President Trump, 46.6% for Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm going to send it back to Beto and Lily for more coverage.
Okay.
Thank you, Chandler. If you're really looking at this election, like Chandler mentioned, a lot of states here and there, and a lot have been called. So really good to see the progress moving forward, and even the impact maybe of those early voting ballots being able to be called early.
This election sees the most black women in Congress in history. The black women running for Congress are Lisa Blunt Rochester in Delaware, Angela Alsbrooks in Maryland, Nikema Williams in Georgia, Lauren Underwood in Illinois, Elania Presley in Massachusetts, Summer Lee in Pennsylvania, and Jasmine Crockett in Texas. There are currently 432 black women representing their constituents in federal, state, and local electoral offices. Black Americans make up about 14% of eligible voters, so it's very interesting to see that group of people being represented in Congress in such a impactful way this election. Vice President Kamala Harris is the first woman of color and woman of I'm so sorry. The first woman of color to receive the nomination for her party, and she's the second woman to receive the vice presidential nomination for the Democratic Party. And she's the first descendant of South Asian descent to serve in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, again, really cool to see, like we were talking about earlier, the diversity in this country really speaking for itself in terms of our leadership in the Senate. And so obviously really, really cool that everyone gets to be represented in our country. And, this is America. Everyone's represented. This is the American dream we have. Talking about the candidates again, just looking at their policies in terms of the environment. That's something that a lot of people have speculated and talked about. And it's something that's obviously really important to talk about and address. Kamala Harris obviously has taken the stance that climate change is very important and should be addressed in the nation. And so, Lily, you can touch a little bit more on that.
Yeah, she definitely has been doing a lot with the Green Deals, and she's pledged a new Green Deal to set strict deadlines for fossil fuels. So she definitely wants to help the environment in a way and address climate change in a way that I feel like we don't always see in presidents. But Donald Trump definitely has a lot of policies regarding the environment as well as fossil fuels, if you want to elaborate on that a bit more, Beto.
Yeah, of course. From one of the pillars of Donald Trump, calling it liquid gold, is his stance on fossil fuels, saying that it's one of the things that's going to benefit the economy most if he can get the pipelines up and running. For example, one of the first days that Biden was in office, he shut down the Alaskan pipeline. And on a recent podcast that Donald Trump had with Joe Rogan, he talked about how that is going to be one of the first things he opened up. And like you mentioned, he is a little bit more loose on the greenhouse gas emissions from those said pipelines, but he believes that the benefit to the economy is just as good, if not better. It outweighs, if you will, the environment, the environmental concerns that it projects. And so that is more of his stance on that. But I do think that it's a noteworthy stance that he's taking, especially in relation to the economy and his notion of being a businessman in the background that he comes from and his priorities in that.
Yeah, and I think especially climate change is really important right now. As we've seen with Hurricane Helene, I mean, I'm no scientist, but I think that the recent hurricanes might have something to do with all of this climate change that we've been seeing. So I'm really hoping that these presidential candidates actually act on a lot of this policy with climate change, and we get to see a lot happening in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at politicians are notorious for making promises that they can't keep and not deliver. So it will be definitely interesting to see if Kamala Harris is elected to be president, how she will implement these policies and even where she can get funding for them. Will it be from different taxes here and there, or will it be from a certain fund or reserve? I guess it's something we'll all have to see in the case that she is elected. But if not, then we'll have to be going back to Donald Trump, who has established his policy and his other term as president. So it's going to be very interesting to see going forward. forward.
Yeah, and I wonder with like these new like Teslas and electric cars, which I suppose they're not crazy new anymore, I wonder if like fossil fuels is going to be any less of a relevant issue with the production of them becoming more and more common every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even talking about that, Trump mentioned on Joe Rogan podcast as well, how he's going to make sure that the auto industry in America is also built up as well. Even, with one of his endorsements, Elon Musk saying, who's obviously the head of Tesla, leading the charge in the electric car industry. It's going to be really cool to see how the collaboration, I guess, between the two, even promoting the one promoting the other, and even building up the business of each other.
Yeah, and once again, circling back to our common theme of Gen Z, which was the Arrow's special section theme this year, we really focused on the impact of Gen Z in the most recent election. I wonder how they feel, like especially they can't afford these fancy electric cars. I wonder if it's going to impact their votes, how Donald Trump approaches the environment and fossil fuels and the digging of that. If I saw that he wants to make America at the top of getting fossil fuels and rely on other countries less in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it's definitely important to talk about the Gen Z impact as well. I mean, we were just talking about the Joe Rogan experience and Kamala Harris appearing on many of her own, I guess you could say, even entertainment platforms to promote herself and promote her campaign, including, and not limited to, SNL and, of course, I believe the Ellen DeGeneres show. And just like, in that regard, just making sure that she, is heard and impacted throughout the entire community and appealing in that way to Gen Z.
I know, especially with the SNL. I have been seeing that clip over and over and over again. She was only on the cold open, but it was very full of puns. The Kamala, oh my gosh, it was quite funny. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little biased, but yeah, the SNL skit was very much differing, very much an interesting way to get her name out there. I saw that Trump kind of responded to that on Twitter, saying that he was not a fan of SNL because of that, but I'm very curious to see how that's all going to impact the young voters going forward.
Yeah, obviously a lot in play as there's still a lot of polls and being closed and votes being counted at the moment. So again, a battleground state that is currently being counted and being looked forward to is Arizona. I believe that we have some numbers in there. Lily, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Trump has a slight edge in Arizona.
I believe he does, yeah.
Yes, and so we're just looking forward to that and the key marks that President Trump or former President Trump is hitting and former Vice President Kamala Harris is hitting, I guess current Vice President is hitting at the moment, is pretty remarkable in terms of their reach and their audience and even getting people to come out and vote. As we're seeing, I believe it's projected that we're going to have the largest voter turnout in maybe ever, because obviously due to the population growth of the country, but also due to a lot of the campaigns and people being encouraged to get out and vote. And I feel like every time I opened social media within the last week, it was just make sure you vote, make sure you vote, make sure you vote.
Constant reminders to vote. A lot of early voting going on, which as we said before, I'm a huge fan of early voting. It made things way more convenient because obviously I had to be here during the election. So having the option to go home and vote about 2 weeks early was really, really amazing. And I mean, especially in North Carolina, where a lot of the polling places were unfortunately taken out by the hurricane, I think the early voting options definitely make life a lot more convenient for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's definitely important to see how that is going to impact not only this election, but the future of elections going forward. Seeing how, obviously this is one of the first few times that we are doing the early voting and of course mail-in ballots we're in 2020. But if you look at the impact of these and even, getting a system down that better narrows it down and helps us, early vote, it's going to be cool to see how this is further implemented into future elections, such as election in 2028. Who knows? There could be further implications of these elections and of course all the early voting that we have.
Yes, in 2028, I almost wonder if voting online is going to be possible, which honestly, I don't know. That's just speculation of my own. I don't know if online voting will ever be a thing, but it looks like our time's about up for this session. We will be back. As we said before, we are currently constantly going live on Instagram with our field teams going across Cape Girardeau, finding a bunch of different sources, talking to a lot of people about their thoughts on this election. So we really hope that you stay tuned and you keep listening and keep watching and check AP Wire, check all your favorite news outlets for updates of this election, see all that's going on, and we hope to see you very soon.
Yeah, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Like Lily said, make sure to follow us on Southeast Arrow on Instagram. Make sure to keep watching here as we'll be coming back soon with another live update of the election as it unfolds before our very eyes. Thanks again, and we'll be back shortly.
Have a good day, guys. See you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Arrow's 2024 live election coverage. If you're just joining us, we are providing you live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. I'm your host, Lily Nieberge.
And I'm your host, Beto Vacadillas. Polls have officially been closed coast to coast in the United States, only leaving the nations off of the mainland, including Hawaii and Alaska, to be counted. Their polls will close at midnight.
While the nation has been deciding a president, Missourians have been voting for specific laws that affect everyone living in the state.
First of these is Amendment 2. Amendment 2 legalizes sports betting within the state. If the ballot measure passes, citizens 21 years and older would be permitted to gamble in sports betting. A 10% tax would be levied on all betting. The proceeds would go to educational programs. This is good to see that even though there is sports betting, a controversial topic for some people, while some sides would say it promotes addiction of gambling and everything like that, other sides would say this actually benefits the economy and everything. And it's good to see that they're writing in legislation that would permit some of that to go back to the community in the form of education. Although it is a little bit unclear how this would be exactly put into education, it is still promised that this would be happening. And so it's good to see that on the amendment. Other than this, though, this is not the only amendment on the thing. On the ballot. Currently, it sits at a 52% with no lead for Amendment 2, with a lot of the votes still being counted. So continue to look out for that, and it will be a big topic going forward.
All right. Amendment 3 is Amendment 3 creates a constitutional right to abortion. Abortion is one of those highly debated topics across America. Not that I really need to say. It has the no is leading with 52%, or I'm so sorry. I misread that.
Yeah, according to Gallup polls, 32% of U.S. voters said that they would only vote for a candidate with a major office if they share their views on abortion. Like Lou was mentioning, this is one of those things that's very important in America nowadays. And so this is a very important amendment, not only for the state, but also for the nation as a whole, as each state has the opportunity to put in their own legislation regarding abortion. This is also known as the Right for Reproductive Freedom Initiative. And on top of that, it actually has a few more things that it talks about in there, such as parents and or the government not being able to intervene or stop somebody in the fact of an abortion.
Another interesting fact is that with Amendment 3, one could not sue their doctor if something were to go wrong during an abortion. So if the abortion caused permanent damage to the woman, if it hurt her in some way, she could not sue her doctor for that pain.
Yes, of course. And like Lily was saying, that this is one of those things that, although the language it might suggest clarity, it's just a little bit ambiguous on the certain terms that it means. One of those things is fetal viability. Fetal viability is a term that means that the infant can survive outside of the womb without serious medical intervention if deemed so by a medical professional, leaving it a lot to the interpretation of the medical professionals dealing with patients in abortions. And so this is one of those things that if it passes, it would lift the current abortion ban on Missouri, and it would, put in this new legislation, which would go to fetal viability and, of course, the determination of the medical professional.
All right. And once again, parents and spouses could not control whether or not a woman could get abortion. She does not need permission prior to getting the abortion should this amendment pass.
Yeah, and if you look at it, this is one of those things that will be on the ballot and will be very important for Missouri going forward. And so, also, as Lily mentioned, the doctors shall not be legally penalized for getting or performing an abortion, or any person also cannot be legally penalized for getting an abortion. And so this is one of those things that is going to be very important on the bill. Again, they're still counting the votes for this, and it's going to be, a hot topic for a long time coming.
If the bill passes, Missouri will join the states of Illinois, Pennsylvania, New York, and California for the legalization of abortion.
Right now in Missouri, a woman can only receive an abortion if deemed necessary by a medical professional to save her life or to present serious risk to her physical health.
Here's Chandler with the poll information. Oh, never mind. I'm so sorry. If the amendment fails, it will remain the same, keeping the limitations on abortions simply cause of medical emergency in which the mother or baby would die if not performed.
Yeah, currently, yes leads with a 52.5% over 1 million ballots counted. And again, a lot of these are still being counted, and it's going to take a long time for this to overcome. But we're going to keep an eye on the polls and see what happens in the future.
Moving on, Amendment 5 authorizes a casino near the Lake of the Ozarks. If the amendment passes, Missourians could see a new casino boat on the Osage River. The state revenue derived from the boat's gambling license would be used for elementary education, with no leads the vote with 54%.
Yeah, and if you look at it, this is pretty similar to the Amendment 2 in terms of gambling. Again, promising the funding to go to educational programs, which is pretty cool in terms of keeping things holistic and contributing back to the society for gambling. Amendment 6 is also on the ballot, and it authorizes court fees for law enforcement retirement benefits. If this amendment passes, it will authorize court fees to fund salaries and retirement benefits and sheriffs and prosecutors. No currently leads with 61% of the vote.
Meanwhile, Amendment 7 prohibits ranked choice voting and non-citizen voting in the state. This amendment bans ranked choice voting and which is not currently how Missourians vote. Missouri uses a winner-takes-all system, whereas ranked choice voting allows voters to choose from their first and second choice. If the first choice loses, voters are shifted to their second choice. Alaska, Hawaii, and Maine all use ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting to some extent in their election. Yes leads with 67% of the vote.
Again, this is one of those amendments that's going to be very pivotal in the future for voting and will drastically shift the way that we do vote in the state of Missouri at the moment. Right now, we just do the single ballot, but it's going to be pretty cool and pretty interesting to see if we can get this ranked voting system and what the implications would that be in the future. Lastly, a proposition to raise minimum wage from $12.30 per hour to $13.75 in 2025 and $15 in 2026. The proposition would also maintain sick leave for most employers. Yes currently leads with 58% of the vote. Speaking of the Missouri ballot and all of the amendments we have just talked about, here's Chandler with more on the race between Josh Hawley and Lucas Kuntz for the Senate of Missouri.
Okay, thank you, Lily and Beto. So with 48 states polling around the country right now, we have only 2 remaining. That's Hawaii closing at 11 p.m. and Alaska closing at midnight. And as of 7 p.m., Missouri poll has been closed. We have a pretty close race here for the governor in the state. 51% of votes have Republican Mike Kehoe leading, and 55% with Mike Kehoe. And Crystal Quaid is at 42%. Now, the winner of this race will replace Mike Parson, who took the seat in 2018, replacing Eric Greitens. So that is something to keep in mind. All the states that have closed, that is right behind me right now: Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, and Wyoming. Also Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wisconsin. So looking at the U.S. Senate race here in the state of Missouri, we have 55% of the votes currently with Josh Hawley, and Democrat Lucas Kuntz has 44.3%. Okay, and in 2018, Josh Hawley defeated Claire McCaskill. That was in the Senate race. And prior to his Senate run, Hawley served as the 42nd Attorney General here in the state of Missouri. So we want to take a look at some of those things. Also, as of right now, going back to our national election, Trump now with 230, and the electoral votes have Harris at 179. The New York Times, we were talking about that last time we went live. As of right now, they're saying, hey, 91% chance of a Trump victory. How about that? That is according to the New York Times, just updated here 5 minutes ago. So we'll be keeping you posted as we go along. Some of the swing states that we're looking at right now: Arizona, very, very close. 49.7% have Trump and 49.5% with Harris. Only 50% reporting, so you have to keep that in mind. There is still quite a bit there, but Phoenix and Tucson both leaning more blue, and the rural areas are leaning more red. No surprise there. Minnesota, we've been talking about it all night. That is Tim Walz's home state. However, Trump is currently up pretty big in the state of Minnesota. It's still pretty early on. Only 16% of the votes are in, and 61% have Trump in the lead, 36% with Kamala Harris. Of course, that is 10 electoral votes right there. It's a swing state. It has been for a while now. Wisconsin, another big swing state, very pivotal in this race, 50.9% with Donald Trump and 47.7% with Kamala Harris. And we're looking at that, keeping you posted as we go along here this evening. Wisconsin has 66% reporting. That would also be 10 electoral votes right there. So keep that in mind. And how about Michigan? Yeah, let's take a look at Michigan. 32% reporting. Okay, we got 52.4% with Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, we have 45.9% there. And that is 15 electoral votes. So Trump is up right now. He has 55 million, roughly, and Kamala Harris has 50 million. That is something to keep in mind as we continue going along this evening. Trump, as I said, 230, and Harris with 187 electoral votes. The U.S. Senate race, we have the GOP with 48 seats and the Democrats with 40. That would mean that the Democrats would lose a seat and the Republicans would gain one. As for the House races, we have 166 for the GOP and then 113 for the Democrats. So in this case, well, the Democrats would lose 2 seats and the GOP would gain 1. And we're keeping you posted on that as well as we go along this evening. It's keeping you up to date. That's what we do here at the Southeast Arrow. Now, I know they talked about the Missouri races. We want to talk about the Illinois races a little bit because we do have listeners, we have viewers over there as well. Illinois, they have the very first one on the ballot measure. It's seeking voter opinion on penalties for election interference, okay? This advisory ballot measure seeks voter opinion on whether candidates who attempt to interfere with the duties of election workers should face civil penalties, okay? And overwhelmingly on that, we have 88% voting yes and 11% voting no. Okay, question number 2, seeking voter opinion on raising taxes on higher incomes. Yes vote is overwhelming there as well with 67% reporting, so we can't call that for sure yet in the state of Illinois, but we do have a 60% vote of yes and a 39% vote of no. And the last one we have is the seeking voter opinion on insurance of in vitro fertilization. So that is a ballot there that would measure the voter opinion whether health insurance plans should be required to cover in vitro fertilization as part of pregnancy benefits. Okay, still pretty early to call, but overwhelmingly we do have a lot of yes votes, 72.9% there, and the no votes have 27.2%. So just something to keep in mind. We have been talking about Missouri all night long, but we do want to give a little bit of focus to Illinois too, which is just our neighboring state right across the Mississippi River. Trump has 230, so we need 270 to win. It is still too close to call. Nobody has said one way or another, but overwhelmingly we do see Trump winning right now. A lot of the key states he is up. It could still go either way though, as we talked about. Hawaii, that is one that is still has not closed yet. Alaska will be closing at midnight, so it is still pretty early on. It feels like it's getting late, but we still have a long ways to go. So don't lose hope yet. It just really depends. And we have to look at all these things. And American citizens, they have to look at all of the different policies from both Trump and Harris. Harris has a lot of similar policies to Harris has a lot of similar policies to Biden. And we see a few differences, but overall, people are voting based upon what they want to see. The Democrats have controlled the White House now for the last 12 of 16 years, and Trump is overwhelmingly in the majority lead right now. Still got a lot of coverage left this evening. We'll be back at about 11:15, so we will be keeping you posted there. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. As we do keep you posted on the national and state elections, don't forget to give the Arrow a like on Facebook. Also on Instagram, we have all kinds of coverage. We have the officials on their state teams as well, so the field teams this week. And we'll be back at about 11:15 for more live check-ins here on YouTube. So I want to thank everybody for following along. It's been great, and it's been a lot of fun. We still have a lot left to go, as I said, but as we mentioned, the New York Times, 89% likely for a Trump victory. That is last updated 5 minutes ago now. So not much has changed. If anything does change, we will keep you updated. But just want to remind everybody once again, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Chandler Jansen on behalf of Beto Vaca-Diaz and Lily Niebrigi. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Arrow's 2024 live election coverage. If you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. I'm your host, Beto Vaca-Diaz.
And I'm your host, Lily Nieberge.
Polls have officially been closed coast to coast in the United States and now are waiting on states outside of the mainland, including Alaska and Hawaii, which are set to close at midnight.
While the nation has been deciding a president, Missourians have been voting for specific laws that affect everyone living in the state. One of the most important aspects to voting in Missouri elections are the changes to the state of laws in the ballot measures. There are six of those measures on the ballot tonight. The first is Amendment 2.
Yeah. Amendment 2 legalizes sports betting within the state. If the ballot measures passes, citizens 21 years and older would be permitted to gamble in sports betting. A 10% tax would be levied on all betting, and proceeds would go to education programs. Those education programs have not been entirely specified. However, the promise is in the writing of the amendment.
Before we get back to those national state laws, Cape Girardeau citizens have voted whether or not to raise water utilities to pay for expansions of water infrastructure in the city. Beto has found a statement from the Cape Girardeau Mayor, Stacy Kinder.
Yeah, I'm going to read it off of my laptop just so you guys know. As with many similar issues across the country, this was a ballot initiative that was difficult for voters to agree upon. Voting to raise one's own utility rates is always a difficult choice, especially at a time when overall economy is difficult for many to navigate. Some new components in the water treatment facility will be brought online in the upcoming year, which will ensure better monitoring and efficiencies of our water treatment processes. However, more crucial upgrades to the treatment facility and throughout the distribution systems still need to be made in order to provide the quality and quantity of water for the city. We as a community will, in the near future, have to discuss again how that necessarily work will get done. Here's Chandler with more information on the Missouri ballot.
And thank you, Beto and Lily. Let's go ahead and take a look here at some of these amendments, the different propositions and everything like that. For Amendment 2, we want to go ahead and tell you about the results there. 53% being yes, 46.2% saying no. That's the one that says Missouri Gaming Commission can regulate licensing sports wagering. That would include online sports betting, gambling boats, professional sports betting districts, and mobile license to sports bettors operations. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier in our introduction. Supporters here are in favor of allowing the Missouri Constitution to be amended by allowing the sports betting. So we have not called this one either way yet, slightly yes, but there's still a lot of votes that are still left to be counted. So we've discussed how many Missouri residents are already participating in this. They'll simply drive across the river, and I think you can look at that and say it's a bit of a flaw in the system. And that is one thing I think a lot of people that are in favor of it, well, they already do it. So they're saying we should pass this here in the state of Missouri. Moving on to Amendment 3, this one has been called, and the majority being yes on that, 54% saying yes, 46% saying no. Of course, that is the big one, the abortion, and this would regulate reproductive health care to improve or maintain the health of a patient. So that has been called. The vote yes on 3 has passed, and we will see effects of that. Missouri has been one of the stricter states on abortion laws here recently. Missouri Amendment number 5, we're going to talk about that next. It allows the Missouri Gaming Commission to issue one additional gambling boat licensing, 48.5% saying yes, and our no vote says 51.5 on the no. This one has not been called yet, but we do want to remind you about some of the language in that bill. So the licensing to operate the portion of the Osage River from the Missouri River to the Bagnell Dam. 48.5% saying yes, 51% saying no. So this one may not pass still. Again, though, lots of votes left to be counted. Moving on to Amendment number 6 now, we have the levying costs and fees to support salaries and benefits for certain and current former law enforcement. 39% saying yes on this one, 61% saying no. Has not been called either way yet, but we are going to be keeping you updated as we go along. How about Amendment number 7 now? We have the Constitution consistent with the state law, only allowing citizens of the U.S. to vote, and this would also prohibit ranked choice voting. So you can't go in and rank the candidates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nothing like that. And overall, that is pretty overwhelming with the yes vote. Again, has not been called. 67% saying yes on that one, and 32% saying no. So let's see, limiting voters to a single per candidate or issue, and people are saying no, we don't need to do that. And I think the big one there too. Also, we're just saying only U.S. citizens should be able to vote. That is something that most American citizens across the board, regardless of political affiliation, are going to be able to say yes on. Proposition A, that is raising the minimum wage to $15 per hour. It would first increase here next year by $1.25 per hour. And then in 2026, the minimum wage would reach to $15 per hour. 59% say yes on this one, and 40.5% say no. The yes voters would argue that many employees that are currently making minimum wage, well, they're struggling to provide for their families and they can't afford housing. This is especially relevant to young people. It's a very pressing issue. A lot of people are voting yes on this one, still pretty early on. We will be keeping you updated, but a Society for Human Resource Management saying that the majority of people will say yes on that amendment. Now, the other side says that if small businesses are required to pay minimum wage, there's going to be some downfalls. We want to talk about those and highlight them for you here this evening. And that would include cutting staff, raising prices, and also just maybe closing altogether. So this could be very detrimental to small businesses, something to keep in mind. I'm Chandler Jansen, going to head it back now to Beto and Lily for more coverage.
Thank you, Chandler. While a cumulative report from the country has yet to be released, the Southeast Missourian reported that the ballot measure failed 4,926 to 3,577. Across the state of Missouri, Donald Trump is currently winning in the polls, 55.7% to 42.8% for Kamala Harris. Nationwide, Trump is currently winning 230 to 205 electoral college votes, making the margin for victory even more slim for Kamala Harris.
Yes. As that margin of victory closes, I think we're starting to see maybe an end to the election night early, very different to 2020. I couldn't tell you confidently we're going to get all those results tonight, but it's definitely going along a lot faster than the last election I remember. Mm-hmm. Trump secured a victory in North Carolina, gaining 16 electoral votes. North Carolina was a highly contested state that Democrats were very hopeful to win. However, it looks like Trump has already won it, and I mean, the night's getting shorter and shorter by the minute. Yeah, we were talking about those swing states earlier in the night, and it's very important to see how those swing states each impacted Donald Trump, and it's currently trending even more in states like Michigan and Wisconsin that are yet to be called, but are even still waiting on those results, and it's really cool. If you look at North Carolina, the state has not voted Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008, which is a big margin, and even it was crazy that it was kind of close even now because of the long history of voting Republican. If you look further, Trump only needs 40 more electoral college votes to win the presidency. He's currently leading in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And all of those, if he wins just a few of those, he puts it together, that will call the presidency for the night, which hopefully, like you were saying, we get to go home just a little bit early maybe and relax just a little bit. Kamala Harris is currently leading in Minnesota. As we were talking about earlier, Chandler as well, those polls were initially trending red, now trending back to blue in Walz's home state, her vice president pick. And of course, we had already talked about it, but it's really important and crucial to see how well Trump has done in these battleground states. And Lily, what do you think were the impacts and even like the factors that went into making him edge out the victory in some of these really important battleground states? I think it's just, honestly, I'm no political science expert, but it's really just hard to say. I think those last-minute campaigns really made an impact. I think the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania this summer really did a lot for his PR and made him present himself as a strong candidate who, despite being shot, was still fighting. It reminded me of Teddy Roosevelt, who was shot during a speech And they said he told everyone, "You can't kill the bull moose," and he proceeded to deliver that speech for another 2 hours. So I thought it was really interesting to see that kind of repetition in history like that, and to see how America is going to go forward with this presidency.
Yeah, and
Potential presidency, I'm sorry.
Potential presidency. Of course, nothing has been official yet, and a lot of places are still counting votes. We mentioned Trump maybe having a slight edge in Arizona, and like we mentioned they're still counting the votes. Very early stages there, but of course, like we mentioned, Trump has a slight edge. I did like what you talked about in Pennsylvania, where Trump not only had an assassination attempt, but actually returned to the exact location of his assassination attempt and hosted a rally quickly after. And like you talked about, providing him as an image of a strong leader. The picture that obviously is very iconic and has been one of the main ones that has been used in the campaign of him with his fist up and the American flag in the background has been postered all over. And I think the way that you described it was very well in the fact that it was to make a strong point about Trump and what it was saying about his leadership in America and what the campaign wanted us to perceive about it. And so those definitely edged out. The campaigns, relentless on the campaign trail, both of these were, made a difference. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the country adjusts, but obviously, like we said, the presidency hasn't been called yet, and there's a lot to look forward to. And even looking at Missouri, we're still looking at the Senate race between Lucas Kunce and Josh Hawley, and as more votes come in, there's a lot more that we have to look forward to as well.
Yes, with Lucas Kunce and Josh Hawley, it's very interesting to see how with the Democrats just scooting ahead just briefly during the polls, as we talked about earlier tonight, how Josh Hawley and Lucas Kunce's fight is going to turn out, and how close those poll numbers are going to be, if they're going to be close at all.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, it's just going to be a really tight finish for the presidency, for the Senate races, and anything else. As we mentioned, there still is a Senate race going on, and I believe the Republicans have a slight edge in the Senate race at the moment. However, the votes are still being counted, and a lot more is left on the table for that. And so another thing to talk about is the governor races all across the state. Now, these are all across the country, sorry. These are important for a numerous amount of reasons, but also just specifically legislation. And so it's going to be important to keep an eye on and pay attention in this. So if you guys want to look at these facts for yourselves, there's a lot of useful information online, such as AP Polls. They do a very good job of updating and keeping us updated with our own research. That's what we've been basing most of our research off of. And so we encourage you guys at home to do your own research and not just take everything that you hear on the TV that we are saying to you guys for face value. We encourage you guys to look up your own research and even to do some digging of your own to see not only the presidential results, but also what these candidates could mean for the outcome of the country and who they are and what they represent for the future of America.
Exactly. With these candidates running, even like Kamala Harris's campaign, it was very exciting, very fast-paced, as Trump had a bit of a head start, so to speak. She didn't enter until about June or July after the first presidential debate. So I thought her campaign was very interesting to watch, as she very quickly had to try to catch up and raise the same amount of money as Trump in such a short period of time. We mentioned it briefly before, but I thought her most interesting strategies was through TikTok. All the time I would get Kamala HQ TikToks, like post on my For You page and see her dancing and trying really, really hard to relate to Gen Z in the best way she could. But right now the polls are showing in favor of Trump, so I'm not quite sure if that was because of his head start. I don't know if that's the correct way to put it, but he did get not an unfair head start by no means, but he did get to start a little before her. So yeah. I wonder if that had any impact on this election.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to bring up. And honestly, it was pretty impressive how Kamala was able to raise all of the support that she needed to for the campaign in such a short amount of time that she did. And, even impressive, like you said, with the head start that Donald Trump had and his popularity over the last 8 years, how close and competitive Kamala was able to bring this race in such a short time. And ultimately, nothing's been decided yet, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of the race plays out. But Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please stick around as we will be continuing to bring you live updates of everything going on with the election and even the Missouri election, both with the Senate and any amendments that have passed. So please stick around. Thank you so much for watching. Follow us on Instagram at Southeast Arrow for more updates and in-field interviews as we go along.
All right. See you guys soon. Hope you enjoyed.
Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Arrow's live election coverage. If you're just joining us, we are bringing to you live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. I'm your host, Beto Vaca-Diaz.
Hi, I'm Lily Nieberge, your other host for tonight's live election coverage.
Yeah, as we have tonight's results coming in, we're going to give it to Chandler for a quick recap of everything that has unfolded in tonight's election.
Let's take a look here. Virginia and Nebraska, they have the second districts that have been called for Vice President Harris. Hawaii is projected to vote for her, and this will bring the totals to 230 in Donald Trump's favor. So Trump is up right now, 230 to 210. Virginia was closer in 2024 than it is in 2020. So Biden won by 10% 4 years ago. This time, Harris leads by 4.5%. And there's still a lot of votes to be counted. We want to keep that in mind. Certainly seems like this election is a lot closer than the last one was. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan also seem to be leaning further in the GOP's favor. However, there are still many thousands of votes to be tallied. I believe CNN and Newsmax both have called Georgia in Trump's favor, but not every source is saying that. So just keep that in mind. Not official as of right now, but it does seem to be pretty heavily in Trump's favor. Now, there are 98 electoral votes left to be allocated. Trump needs 40 votes, while Harris needs 60. So it's going to be a little bit harder for Harris if she wants to pull this one off. In the U.S. Senate, the GOP is projected to win back control for the first time since 2018. And in Missouri, Republican Senator Josh Hawley is leading his Democratic rival, that would be Lucas Kunce, with 53%. Kunce only has 43.7%. Over 2 million votes have been tallied for the senator race. And lieutenant governor race, we have Mike Kehoe. He is on track to become Missouri's governor, leading Democrat Crystal Quade 57% to Quade's 40.9%. Republican Dave Wasinger was likely to fill Kehoe's current position with 55% of the votes. And that is over Democrat Richard Brown's with 40.7%. Okay? Republican Denny Hoskins, he is leading the Democrat Barbara Pfeiffer with 55% to 41.8%. That is the Secretary of State race. And then we have the State Treasurer Vivek Malik. He is defending his position against Democrat Mark Osmark, and that is 55.7% to 41.8%. Now, finally, here in Missouri, we have the Attorney General. He is on track to keep his position. That is Elad Gross, with 57.7% over the 40% his competitor there. Overall, looks to be a pretty clean sweep for Republicans in the state executive position, so we'll be keeping you posted on that as we go along. Right now, though, let's go ahead and send it back to Beto and Lily.
Thank you, Chandler. Joining us now is the editor-in-chief of the Southeast Arrow, Maddox Murphy, who played a huge part in making this coverage possible. Maddox, thank you for joining us.
Of course.
Yeah, we're just going to ask you a few questions to get a proper understanding of everything that went into this production. As both you and me know, there was a lot that everyone played a part in and a lot that went in. What was it like being behind the scenes of this production?
Well, obviously it takes a village, and I think that's, the biggest thing I can say here. With this being an election year, we kind of knew going into it, and this has been something that's been in our plans since we started this school year. So definitely has been a long coming plan. Luckily we had a class from our journalism side, our media management side. That's MC 429, that's our media management class. And then we also had a TV directing class as well with our Arrow staff. And so getting all of those groups together, we had 50 people here helping tonight. We had jobs from social media to field teams to the studio teams. And just everything in between, writing teams, briefs, and things like that. So there was a lot that went into it, and just getting everybody together and pulling it all through, I think, was just really impressive for this program, and I was proud of everybody for it.
Yeah, of course. And I could completely hear the sentiment that it does take a village, just a lot of those teams. Would you care breaking down some of those teams and what their responsibilities were and what part they played in tonight's production?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we had our studio team, which we had 3 people serving as our talent. which you guys obviously did amazing, and it was great to watch you guys kind of thrive in this situation. So you guys were doing a lot of working with the writing and research team, and in between our lives, we're going and getting more information and working on the next information that was to be presented. Our writing and research teams were working in the back, checking all sorts of news outlets, just trying to keep up to date on everything that was coming out. They did a great job with that. We had briefs and things coming out on our website. And then as well, we had our social media teams who were controlling everything on that realm. We were going live on Instagram with our field teams who went out to lots of different watch parties and things like that across Cape Girardeau County. So we had different parties, Republican, Democrat parties. We also had just different locations kind of around Cape that had busy areas tonight. So we tried to cover that and get some looks into kind of what people are doing on this night because, you do see a broad range of things. Mm-hmm. And then we also had kind of just like a logistics team. That's kind of what I was working on, just making sure that everything was running smoothly, just checking in on all the groups, making sure communication was going. So it's been a long time coming, and I was really proud of the way it all came together today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned it's a long time coming, and we just wanted to ask what kind of preparation or how long was the preparation that went into this?
Yeah, so I found out that I was editor-in-chief for this year last May, and pretty shortly after that, they brought it to my attention that it was going to be an election year. And so really even throughout the summer and kind of coming into the start of this school year, we started talking about it. We started kind of like building it into the curriculum for these courses, which was another big thing. We kind of had to plan out like who's going in what group, what their strengths are, and kind of placing everybody to where we thought that they would be the best. And so there really was a lot of thought and time that went into this, and like between myself and Dr. Buck and Professor Scherer, like we really tried to look at not only what the classes are teaching and how we can put that into our best production, but also what the strengths of the students are. And I think that was something that we really did a good job of kind of getting everybody where they should be, and that worked out pretty well.
Yeah. And obviously, with a production like this, so many moving parts, not everything can be perfect. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges that you faced tonight, and how did you guys rally and overcome them?
I think we tried to do a lot of over-planning before, just thinking like, oh, if this goes wrong or if this goes wrong. And, you obviously don't always get things right. And like you said, it wasn't perfect at all, but I think we really it was mostly communication. We tried to over-communicate, and I do think we did pretty good on that. But it was just we were all running around like crazy people trying to make sure that this happened. So the only thing I would say was maybe timeliness, just getting it all done in time so that we could go live when we needed to. But I think it was pretty successful overall.
Yeah, for sure. With every studio production, there's the highs and the lows, and obviously we're reaching the end of the production tonight. What would you say are some of your favorite memories or even some of the best things you've seen out of the team that's really uplifted you or encouraged you?
Honestly, for me, this has been a crazy night, and it's been so stressful, but there was a point where I was kind of running in between both groups, and I just thought about the fact that everybody working here tonight are college students. And the fact that we put this whole production together and have been putting all this on since 7 o'clock tonight is really impressive. And I'm really, really proud of our program for the work that they put into us and the faith that they have in us to put something like this on. So I was honestly just really proud of everybody. And it was fun to watch you guys kind of be in your element here. And it is exciting as we're getting older and getting closer to graduation. I'm so excited to see where everybody ends up in their careers. So I just thought this whole thing was really encouraging to see, and it just made me very proud of everybody for the work they've put into it.
Yeah, definitely a testament of individuals, but also as a team, everyone uniting together. And so what do you hope to accomplish with this broadcast, or even see people, like you kind of touched on it, like people getting careers in this later, but see come out of this?
Obviously, whenever we put a production like this on, it's something that, we just got back from a trip where we won some national awards and things like that. We obviously are always trying to compete with other organizations in multimedia, journalism, things that they're putting out. So that's always a huge thing. And coming back from that competition, obviously we're hungry. We want to compete with other organizations. So that's one thing. But I would also say just like you said, and like I touched on, like it is so great for us to be getting this hands-on work while we're in college. And so that just makes me excited to see where everybody's going to end up. And I do think that this can be a really good kind of stepping stool for everybody as they make their way to kind of graduation and that sort of thing. But also it's just, with our special section paper this year, we really highlighted trying to target the Gen Z audience because that's who we are. We tried to serve the content for Gen Z, by Gen Z, like to where it was easily understandable. And I think that's kind of like what our goal with this was too. Like we wanted our students at SEMO to watch this and know that it's being delivered to them from their peers, because I do think there's something really powerful about that. So I would say that's another goal from it.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously just a showcase of not only this university, but also ourselves and everything else in between.
Yes.
Yeah. As Chandler mentioned, the presidential race is still going on, and votes and everything is still being tallied. So we are concluding shortly our coverage of the election tonight. Be sure to keep tuning in to the presidential election to make sure that you guys don't miss anything. But at approximately midnight, we will be shutting down for everything. So Maddox, thank you so much for coming on. Special thanks to everyone who was involved with this. As Maddox was saying, it does take a village. And so every camera operator, everyone in the writing room, every social media person, everyone in the field, every advisor that was here until very late, you guys mean the world to us, and we would not have been able to do this production without you. So thank you so much again for tuning in to the Southeast Arrow's coverage of the 2024 election. We will be concluding soon, but at some point we will be following up on coverage of this on our websites. Just please continue to follow the Arrow on social media, including Instagram, where our tag is Southeast Arrow. Also, visit our website, where Maddox was talking about, put together a really good special section breaking down a lot of the amendments in the Missouri Constitution on the ballot this year, and also talking to the Gen Z culture like Maddox was talking about as well. A really well done special section spearheaded by our editor-in-chief right here. So thank you guys again so much for tuning in. We really appreciate you watching. Make sure to follow us and keep up to date with not only our news, but also SEMO's news with the Southeast Arrow. I'm Beto Vaca Diaz, signing off for the